Fleck, you got a joke for us today?
Let's go, boys. It's showtime. Wakey, wakey.
Hey, Fleck, you got a joke for us today?
We use music to make to balance the fractures within ourselves.
I'm nobody. I haven't done anything with my life like you have.
What the world needs now is a love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
Tell us, what's changed, Arthur?
I'll tell you what's changed. I'm not alone anymore. That's what we should be talking about.
I want to see the real you.
Now you might pray to God, y'all, but I like Lucifer best of all. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. Sunday school is a place for fools. It's hot in hell, but the devil's cool. Don't keep changing, waiting. Don't keep changing, waiting. So don't just sit there, join the club. Sell your soul to Beelzebub.
Hey everybody, it's I, your favorite satanic streamer, Count Jackula, and let the sin begin. Hey, Ms. Weirdo, long time since you watched the stream. Good to have you back. No Mercy Alpha, it's good to see you again. And Mousedon, show regular. In the background, I'm sure you saw the twitchy little tail of Gomez going outside for his nightly murder romp. Or whatever the hell he does when it is dark outside. Saw that Joker 2 trailer, color me intrigued, but I was intrigued to begin with, so it oh, excuse me. I thought I heard something. But I was intrigued to begin with, so hasn't dissuaded me from seeing the sequel. I am actually a big defender of the first Joker movie with Joaquin Phoenix. It's a really, really, really great movie. It's not just good, it's great. But I think a lot of people got turned off of it specifically because of the woke mind virus crowd. You know, the guys that say that shit, which I don't fucking know, man. You know, but I think it is important to note that that movie struck a chord with a lot of people. You know, that's an important thing to take note of. Gives you an idea where we are as a society, at least for the moment. I have not seen Tarantino talk about the Joker. I'm sure he has some insights. Let's see. Oh yeah, Supernatural 5 is great. The first 5 seasons of Supernatural were really, really good. You know, the 5th one is one of the best. Well, I would say it actually is the best. Season 6 kind of is directionless. Season 7, in my opinion, when the Leviathan are introduced, that season is great. And then it's just kind of a slow descent into, God damn it, guys, come on. Hey, Mighty Game GD. Hey, Cat Hermit, how you doing? You know, yeah, people did have issue with the fact that it was like Taxi Driver and it might give people ideas, but I'm like, yeah, but like with the original Taxi Driver, it's talking about something that exists. It's talking about something that exists. You're gonna have to stop blaming the art for that existing in the first place, because we know it did. We know it existed before the films did. The argument of art inspiring violence is basically the exact same argument as does Batman create supervillains? You know, do superhero movies prepare people for a police state? You know, shit like that. It's like, oh my God. It's like, way to miss the actual point. You know, because one, the Marvel movies in no uncertain terms basically say a police state is bad. Like it's very bad. Or did you miss the whole plot of Civil War? You know, I fucking hate that kind of talk, you know, because it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Here, let's bitch about this movie rather than either deal with the art on the terms it exists, or address the actual societal problem. Can't do that. Gotta try to change what people see, because they're like, that affects what they do. And in an extremely roundabout way that is not even really worth considering the right. You know, the Marvel movies are not capitalist imperialist propaganda. They just aren't. And if they are, they're really bad at it. They're really bad at it. You know, I always thought that was some of the dumbest shit. To say nothing of the fact that all of those arguments were discussions that were had about all of those characters and all of that shit at the time. Meow. Mao, you think people weren't talking about that crap when Iron Man first happened as a comic? Bullshit. Yeah, it did. It absolutely did. Yeah. There's a lot of King of Comedy in Joker. Yeah, yeah. There definitely is. There definitely is. Hey, Alexander. Yeah, Kitty. Yeah, but I always hated that talk. I always thought it was so pointless. It was like the funny thing is that I remember when I was a kid, the movie that caused the biggest stir, the biggest amount of that talk was Natural Born Killers. The Tarantino written frickin' God, not Orson Scott Card. Who was the director of that? I know this guy. Oliver Stone. The Oliver Stone movie, Natural Born Killers. People were talking about that back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And in the discussion, they would talk about movies and what movies inspired people to do. But if you've watched that movie, you're like, no, Oliver Stone's talking about the news. He's not talking about movies. He's not talking about books. He's not talking about comics. He is talking about the news. He is blaming the news. Like flat out, he is blaming the news, specifically Fox News and tabloid journalism. He is blaming. He is not even blaming Mickey and Mallory, although he's not shying away from the fact that that they're killers. That they're killers and should probably be stopped. But they're saying that the reason they're able to get away with this shit is because of the news media. The news media makes them heroes. Not movies, not TV, not fictional television shows, the news. The news. He's blaming the news, and he's blaming Fox specifically. Hey, Avalon. How you doing? Avalon, the Eldritch Horror. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, as a kid, I did not understand what the movie was about. I saw it as a modern version of Bonnie and Clyde. Well, I mean, there's definitely... Well, that's the movie that Tarantino wanted. That's the movie he wrote. Oliver Stone is the one who turned it into a condemnation of Fox News and the news media in general. And Oliver Stone does talk. He does talk about the way television molds consensus and molds an attitude around certain things, particularly child molestation. He is talking about child molestation. He is talking about how we frame these people. He is not as in like set them up for a crime they didn't commit, but as in like how we contextualize them. What is going on? Yeah, just like conspiracy theorists latched on to the X-Files. It's like, The problem is this. The problem is that most people are very vulnerable to propaganda to a terrifying degree. You know how we all say, like, we're all susceptible to propaganda? Yeah, but some of us are way more susceptible than others. Way more susceptible to others because we don't know what to look for. We don't know what to look for, and we don't know what to be on guard for. Because it can be difficult. It can be difficult, particularly when motivations are hidden from you, which in propaganda they usually are. They Live is probably one of the greatest condemnations of American conservatism that exists. Because it talks about the whole thing. That's what the aliens are. That's what the aliens that They Live are. They are Republicans. How do we know this? Because John Carpenter flat out said it. He flat out said, oh yeah, the aliens are Republicans. Lauren Chen doesn't understand Starship Troopers. Lauren Chen don't understand a lot of shit. Yeah, the X-Files didn't really have a message. It really was just a show. They Live actually had a very pointed message. And that in many ways, that used to be one of the things that differentiated film from television. It not so much these days. Because like they've done more movie-like things with television in the last decade. Movies didn't get worse. TV got better. Yeah, They Live is basically about a bunch of aliens that are basically Republicans, American Republicans. Yeah, They Live is amazing. They Live is a great movie. X-Files sometimes tried to have a message, but it was never fantastically good at it. It's an episodic television show. Those were never really great at any of their messaging. It's amazing that a show like Star Trek was as pointed as it was. Yeah, I actually am not a big fan of Starship Troopers. I actually don't like that movie. I get what the movie was doing, but I recognized very early on that it had crossed that line between being a satire of the thing that it was trying to do into actually making it look like a good idea. Like Paul Verhoeven had usually managed to straddle that line really well. He used to be but in Starship Troopers I felt like he had completely missed the mark. Like I said, I got what he was doing. I just didn't think it was it wasn't as good a satire as like RoboCop. And it didn't have the and it didn't have the social criticism of fucking Total Recall. Yeah, one of the big problems that we had with one of the problems I had with Starship Troopers is I was like, we don't see the reality. We don't know what the reality is at all. You know, with RoboCop, we see it. With RoboCop, we see it. We see what the reality is. You know, with Total Recall, even though it ends on the, oh, is this real or not? We see at least what Quaid's reality is. You know, in Starship Troopers, we don't really. You know, because you kind of leave that movie with the whole like, wait, how much of that was real? Like what I think all the parts that weren't supposed to be on television were real. But it felt way too fantastic. You know, I thought that world was way too fantastic. Also, like, I'm sorry, I did not buy Denise Richards as intelligent. Like, she's supposed to be super smart, right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying this. And she's so bullshit to the plot. I was like, why don't you just drop that character in their entirety? She's useless. She's just there to be the prize for the hero at the end. That's literally all she does. Nothing else she does fucking matters. She's just there to motivate the hero. It's like you could have done something. You could have gotten the same effect using Dodger, and you would have a stronger movie. Yeah, it is supposed to be a satire propaganda of war movies, but like, the movie, I didn't think the movie was good enough at letting us all in on the joke. Because I kept trying to figure out, like I said, I keep trying to figure out all the parts that are supposed to be real don't feel real. They don't feel like reality. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with that movie. Because, like, I never had that problem before. Not with a Verhoeven flick. Like, Paul Verhoeven's not very hard to figure out. And to be fair, I did figure it out. But, like, he's usually really good at making himself clear. You know, like, I think it would have been more important for someone to learn the truth in the stories. Someone should have learned the truth. No one in the movie learns the truth. You know, yeah. So I'm not a big fan of Starship Troopers. I don't like it. And I'm not very attached to the original story either. You know, But to everyone who worked on that movie's credit, they at least understood the Starship Troopers was, in fact, very much like a propaganda novel. You know, and it wasn't really about propaganda. It just was. You know, because at that period of time when he wrote it, Robert Heinlein was very pro-military. Very, very pro-American imperialism. You know, flat out. Like, we know this. The thing that's complex about, like, Robert Heinlein is a lot of his opinions change over the course of his life. Like, we don't normally get to see someone's, like, opinion shift in their writing in real time. But Heinlein was such a prolific writer that we kind of got to see that. You kind of get to see that, especially if you, like, put his published books in chronological order, in the order in which they were written. Because one of the things that is most interesting about Heinlein is when you read his stuff, particularly like the weirder things, like what was it? Not The Star's My Destination. That's Alfred Bester. There are a lot of books that he wrote that, if you think about it, you start going, is this you trying to connect with your feminine side, or are you actually trans? And this is your way of writing about that. Because there are a ton of stories. I mean, there are more than one by a few, where a man becomes a woman and stays that way. You know, his opinions on women were progressive for the 50s, but they didn't remain progressive. Like, it's better to say that society, particularly like non-conservative society, had moved way past Heinlein. Yeah, I think he did write The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. You know, and one of the problems that there is in adapting a lot of Heinlein's work is that so much of things like Star Trek have been inspired by him. The only ones worth doing are the really weird ones. The really weird ones, of which there are actually quite a few, but they deal in things that, like, might be upsetting to people. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Game Genie. In order to do, I think, in order to do what Verhoeven was trying to do in that movie, you actually have to be very critical of the original book. Very critical. Like, to the point where you're like, you're almost saying, if you like this book, you have fallen for propaganda. Yeah, I actually am not entirely certain Heinlein was cis. Like I said, he writes about transgenderism a little too often. It could just be a theme, but what I would say is that he definitely has a very cis male way of understanding the genders. Yeah, I forget which book that was Malsidon, but like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, progressive for the 50s, but in many ways, his understanding of gender relations didn't change too terribly much. Particularly when you look at it in the context of the time it was written. Yeah, it is weird, man. He was weird. He was a weird guy. Yeah, I actually have I gotta be honest, one of the things I really don't like about science fiction is how heteronormative and male it tends to be. Heteronormative masculinity and it's not a I don't think it's a coincidence that the genre of science fiction I actually really like is cyberpunk, which criticizes all that. And Philip K. Dick, because Philip K. Dick is just so strange. He just goes so crazy. He's the weird intersection between belief and science. Mysticism and science is where he often goes, because it's clear he does not believe humanity will get beyond using and possibly even the need for mysticism. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of science fiction is extremely male dominated, like even now. Not as much as it used to be, but man. And there were always female writers. There are always female writers. But it's only in the last few decades that they've really been celebrated. At large, there are people in science fiction communities that appreciated them quite a bit. But Stranger Strange Island is like the rise of a Mooney sex cult in sci-fi form. Yep. Yeah, Mary Shelley is often credited with having the first science fiction story, which I got to be honest, I think is a bit of a misnomer. I definitely think that she should be credited with being one of the earliest horror novelists. certainly the best of her age. Because one of the things about the original Frankenstein is that there's no science in it whatsoever. Like, he doesn't even use like electricity to make the monster move. He uses alchemy. Yeah, Bennett White's discussion about the gradius science fiction from the optimism of Star Trek to the misanthropic universe of Alien. Yeah. There's something to be said for that. It's not actually wrong. You know, so it's like, but one woman in a geeky field that absolutely was seminal to their field. Like, there is none of this without her, is computer programming and Ada Lovelace. Without Ada Lovelace, there is no computer programming. Period. None whatsoever. Without her work, Charles Babbage could not. Charles Babbage could not and did not do all that work on his own. They just weren't willing. Society just was not willing to give a woman her share of the credit. Now, don't get me wrong. Babbage did his share of the work. Absolutely did his share of the work, but he could not have gotten as far without Ada Lovelace. Like, that is clear. That is absolutely fucking clear. Well, here's the thing about Jules Verne. Jules Verne comes after Mary Shelley. Like, he came much after. Like, fuck, Frankenstein came before Dracula. By, like, a bit. Yeah, like, Frankenstein was published on January 1st, 1818. Dracula was published in 1897, almost 1900. There's 80 years separating them, and Frankenstein came first. For that matter, the novel Carmilla predates Dracula. Predates Dracula by a good 20 years. Yeah, you were a little off. It's 1897. Dracula was published. Yeah, Jules Verne was born 10 years after Frankenstein was published. Like, I absolutely believe that he was inspired by Frankenstein, but yeah, he was much late. He was later. Yeah, Vampire by Polidori was published a year after Frankenstein. Yeah, John Polidori actually doesn't get a lot of respect. He gets no respect. Like in stories about him, he's always depicted as a wiener, and he's always depicted as a wiener, and maybe he was, but like for some reason they always make him like a fat looking dork. And it's like, no, that's not what he looked at. He actually looked like a lot like Timothy Chalamet. If the paintings of him are anything to go by, like he resembled Timothy Chalamet. But don't get me wrong, I love Timothy Spall's fucking performance in Gothic, even though he's supposed to be playing John Polidori, a person he looks nothing like. Like you can at least like Gabriel Byrne, like at least looks kind of like Lord Byron. Fucking Julian Sands looks a little like Percy Shelley. I mean, like he's at least blonde in a big flowy shirt, But Polidori looks nothing like Timothy Spall. Like he does not look particularly heavy in any of the paintings of him. In fact, he looks a little thin. Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde. Now, there's another motherfucker whose contribution to fantasy is overlooked. I mean, to be fair, his contributions to literature and culture in general have not been understated. But he doesn't get enough for his brand of Gothic fantasy. Like The Nightingale. Portrait of Dorian Gray. A lot of people forget that was Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde was a character, man. That guy he was badass. When they got what's his name? Stephen Fry to play him in that biopic, I was like, oh, fucking perfect. Fucking perfect. perfect bitchy attitude, you know, like, yeah. You firm believer that Oscar Wilde is actually immortal and changed his name to Stephen Fry. Dude, like I know what you mean. He was so perfect. He was so perfect. Like, did he get an Oscar for that or something? He should have. Like if fucking Murray F. Abrams was and Tom Hulce were up for Oscars for Amadeus, then fucking definitely fucking Stephen Fry should have been. Any thoughts on Dark City? Dark City is amazing, particularly if you watch the director's cut. Like the theatrical cut, unfortunately, like gave the twist away at the very beginning. Like they just flat out tell you they're in space. And you're like, dude. But the director's cut is amazing. No notes on the director's cut. It is the thing that makes that movie so great. Because that's one of like Alex Proyas's like great gothic movies. Like there's The Crow, there's Dark City, and I think there's another one he did that was like a gothic horror one. You know, but the thing that was so great about Dark City is it's also his love letter to German Impressionism. The German Impressionistic films. I'm sorry, German Expressionism. It's called German Expressionism. If we say Oscar Wilde's full name, Yogi would magically appear. Oh, I hope so. Oscar Wilde, Oscar Wilde, Oscar Wilde. But to be honest, he's probably got work in the morning. Yeah, I have to wait till next Friday to see Late Night with the Devil. It was one of those, like, we could see, like, one movie in the theater, and we chose New Kingdom because Late Night with the Devil was going to eventually be on Shudder. And we knew the horror community was going to keep its trap shut about that movie, unlike the Godzilla fandom. They were going to bitch and moan about everything. We were just going to know everything that happened in the movie, and we didn't want that. Yeah, he did iRobot and Knowing, which are, I would say Knowing is one of his lesser films. iRobot's actually, like, decent. I actually like iRobot. It's not his best. You know, it's not his best. Neither is Gods of Egypt. There's way too much plot getting in the way of that movie, Gods of Egypt. Like iRobot, the problem that most people have with iRobot is it's not iRobot. It isn't. You know, it's not. It's not. The only thing it has in common with iRobot are the 3 laws and a robot. That's it. So as an adaptation, it utterly fails. As its own movie, it's actually quite good. It's actually pretty good. It's not the best. It's not even close to his best. Like, in my opinion, his best is like The Crow and Dark City. Yeah, iRobot with Will Smith. You know, not his best film, but watchable. I enjoyed it. It's an enjoyable movie. I, Robot is Michael Bay's Blade Runner. Oh, I wouldn't go that hard. I wouldn't be that disrespectful. Like, let's give Michael Bay way too much credit. If you want to say it's basically a dumb action police movie, yeah, sure. I'll go with that. It's definitely, I think it's Alex Proyas' dumbest movie. I'll say, I will agree with that. Yeah, knowing. Ugh. I haven't seen Spirits of the Air, Gremlin of the Clouds. I don't know if that's any good. I know he was supposed to do an adaptation of like Paradise Lost at one point that like never happened. Last year he apparently did a mystery called Mercy Road. Oh no. No, he didn't. I don't know how did that get in there? How did that get in this list? Oh, that's an error. That's an error if there was one. Yeah, let's see. Short. He's done a lot of shorts. Yeah, last movie he directed was Gods of Egypt, looks like. And there was Knowing, which... Christ. And before that, I, Robot. Huh. Let's see, one. Huh. Apparently the only, like, feature that he's made that I haven't seen is Spirits of the Air, Gremlin in the Clouds. Huh. I have to track a copy of that down. I have sworn he did more films. Apparently not. Apparently not. A lot of music videos. Well, okay then. Yeah, he's made a lot of shorts. Mask of Evil apparition set in the Dark City universe. Neat. Oh well. Herbity. By the way, if you want to donate to the program, please do. You could send in a super chat, or if you want to do something like a little more long term, like go to the Patreon. There are links below. And if you want a t-shirt, those are also for sale, going down to the link below. You know, and while you're there, why not give us a thumbs up? Give us a like on the YouTube. Help us with the algorithm and its hated ways. I would agree with you, Almighty Game Genie. His video background is less obvious than Russell yeah, I can't pronounce it right now, but yes. Yeah, it's less obvious. Like, you could see why a guy like him would be good at music videos, but like, he's definitely good enough at like longer narratives. Yeah, after Gods of Egypt, I kind of understand why he hasn't been allowed to do like a major feature again, because that was, whoa. Any thoughts on Quill's The Marquis de Sade flick? No, actually. No, I haven't seen it. Yeah, that's the one with like Jeffrey Rush as Marquis de Sade, right? Yeah, I haven't actually seen that one. I feel bad because I haven't finished 30 Coins either, because like, man, those episodes are dense. There's like so much happening in each episode. I'm like, whoa. Hey, let's give Joe Care a Hail Satan, Joe Care. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. Hail Satan. Yeah. Whew. Night Terror. I remember Night Terrors. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I did see it. I remember Night Terrors. You know, I don't remember a lot about it, but I do remember the Robert Englund. Oh, that was a Toby Hooper movie. Ah. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a Toby Hooper flick. Excuse me. What are we talking about? We're talking about stuff. I'm talking about stuff. And I think as we talk about stuff, I will also do a little sculpting here. Hmm. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, oh, okay. There's food when I want it. Sorry, snacks already. Yeah. Yeah, I've been working on this sculpture for about a month. Not a month of constant effort, but like when I have a moment. Sometimes when I'm like, I'll put the television on and work on it. Oh, you want a link to the Discord? Let me let me get that for you, man. I need to get back to Jesse Sharon. I keep One of the biggest problems I have online is I'm usually like so busy with stuff I don't check shit like I should. Um, come on, where are you? There you are. Invite, edit, invite. Here we go. Whoops. Oh, it didn't copy it. That's better. There we go. That is a link to the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, go right ahead. Got to put an eyelid on this guy. Nope. That ain't right. That's better. Doing better. He looks like Will from Baldur's Gate. Yeah, I suppose a little bit.
Hey, baby.
Hey, what's up?
I got a sexy bowl of food here for you.
Oh, okay. I'll come get it in a bit.
Okay, it's right here on the counter.
Okay. Dun 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 dun. All right, we want the smile to reach his eyes. Come on, farewell, Avita, saying goodbye, and all that shit before the Nazis fucking come in and fuck everything up. I feel weird saying this, but apparently I'm like, okay, it's sculpting. Not that good at digital, though. There's a tactileness to the way I do art that like doesn't really translate to digital. I had the same thing with I had the same problem with digital painting until I got a tablet. And even then I'm not like that great a painter. Oh yeah, painting miniatures is all about layering colors and like doing things with them. I used to love painting miniatures. Come on. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit more on the lips. Wish you could all see this a little bit better, you know. But I think for that, I need a camera actually mounted on these goggles. Which I mean, I could probably do. I could probably figure out how to do. Hit a important milestone of Babylon today, which is I finished all the class progressions. This still needs to be tested, but like it looks good. We hit upon the idea of having fewer levels, but every level be much more impactful. Like every level gives you at least like one mechanical advantage, i.e., like a stat increase or something, and like a big flashy ability. We didn't want there to be any boring levels. Well, I think that things I think is very funny is that during the process of the whole thing, there were a lot of people recommending that I use like something like Powered by the Apocalypse or like some, or another like you know more experimental system. But one of the problems I've had with some of the like more indie systems is that They're not they don't tend to be very good for campaign play. And if you want a game where you watch a character like grow and you go through their journey with them, they're not that good. Whereas I felt like some of the older games, particularly like World of Darkness, the old World of Darkness was actually quite good at it. But it's hard to bring back that magic. A lot of people say it's because it was in the LARPs, but no, it was there beforehand. It was there before. But I don't know how you translate that into something that I don't know how you translate that into the game because I feel like all Vampire really did was say do it. No, go on, be the monster, do the weird thing, get involved, do the romantic subplots. Do gothic romance. Do the thing you shouldn't do. And the book is written with that. Our game is written with that in mind. So I hope. I hope we've done it right. I also hope that it meets its audience, that it finds its audience, but those are not game design problems. That is marketing and luck. But I hope a lot of people like it because it means there are more people that think like I do about certain things. I sometimes worry that I'm just trying to recreate the 90s. Because I don't think that's what I actually want. I think it's more like There's something from that era that I feel is missing, and I want to bring it back into the light. Ironically, by talking about darkness. Because the dark is where we feel like we all live right now. Like, the 90s were definitely like, kind of the gothic age, when gothic was very big in subculture. But the funny thing is things are way less hopeful now. Number name is like, who's the audience? People who think like me. People who have something inside them that says, okay, if you're going to treat me like a monster, should I just be one? Maybe I should just be one at that point. See where that goes. Because what I've found is that there's a core bit of myself that, while a little sinister, is not particularly cruel. To put it another way, I found the monster inside me is more playful than anything else. It can be angry. But its true desire is fairness and play. And that's why games are important to me. A game has to be somewhat fair. There has to be a degree of fairness. This is why steroids in sports is a big deal. Because winning cannot come at the expense of the game itself, and steroid use pretty much does that. And it's a clear indication that winning to you is more important than the game itself, which is a dishonorable position. It indicates a kind of moral weakness or moral shortcoming. Juicing disrespects the game. The funny thing is this. I don't feel that way about wrestling. Like, I don't care if wrestlers fucking take steroids. Because we have admitted it's not about the wrestling, it's about the show. It ain't the Olympics. Like, if you do that in wrestling in the Olympics, you're a fucker. You deserve to be disqualified. You do it in professional wrestling in the ring with The Rock in that capacity, I got no problem. Why? Because the show's a thing. And role-playing games sit at this really interesting intersection. Because the rules are there to facilitate play in a way that it doesn't in most games. For one, we all agree that the rules of role-playing games are malleable. You know, the rules of role-playing games change every couple of years. You know, and they don't stay static. And every book generally includes some new rules, some new stuff. I wouldn't even. It's definitely theatrical play for rednecks, but I don't think you don't have to be a redneck to enjoy it, but you do got to have a little of that in you. You know, got to be able to enjoy watching dudes smack each other. You know, like that's what it is. Gotta be into watching dudes smack each other. It's why it's such an interesting thing, because it is a performance. I like it way better than boxing. I like it way better than boxing. Yeah, even the way like RPGs themselves have been played over the years and how that's changed it's very interesting. We start with we start with Dungeons and Dragons, which was an evolution of miniature wargaming, which had been a thing for a long ass time. Like that's been around since like the 1600s. But funny enough, the one that remained super popular for some reason um were the miniature games surrounding the Napoleonic Wars, which of course came way after the 1600s, but yeah, but those ones about the Napoleonic Wars were like huge. Those were big. That was the big wargaming thing. Much how like in reenactments in America, like the Civil War is the big thing. Like you can find reenactments of other important American wars, but it's all you could definitely find Civil War reenactment. Revolutionary War reenactment is a little harder to find. Um, it exists, but you know, it ain't the big one. Same thing for like the French and Indian Wars, War of 1812. Like, actually, I don't think anyone does reenactments of War 1812. Or the French Indian War for that matter. In America, it's the Civil War. That's the big one. And it's not hard to see why. There's constant curiosity about like how that war could have gone differently. And the thing about it is, in hindsight, the South was never going to win. It didn't have enough of what it needed to win. It didn't have the people. It didn't have the ingenuity. It didn't have the innovation. It didn't have the manpower. You got to remember something about the South. One, it it mainly handled cash crops and agriculture. All the heavy industry was in the north. The north also had way more people. So much so that they could literally just throw guys at them. Like a lot of people, pro-Southerners, make the comparison between Ulysses S. Grant and, General Grant and fucking Zap Brannigan. I just threw my guys at them until the robots all stopped. The problem is in the Civil War, that was viable. You could do that. Those two things alone mean victory. Better armaments and more people means victory. All other things being equal, that is. And they weren't. The Confederates were bad at coordination. Couldn't coordinate them with their way out of a paper bag. So all those generals were basically off on their own. There was no real attempt, for example, for the Confederate Army as a whole to adopt the tactics of Stonewall Jackson. No attempt whatsoever. One of the things that really pisses me off these days is when I see that meme that goes around, and most people share it to fucking dunk on it, to be honest. But I still hate its existence in the first place. It's a guy like driving around in a car, and it's like, how I feel knowing my side would win in a civil war. And he's like Trumper guy. And part of the reason I hate that so much is that I'm like, hold on there, shorty. Don't fucking be too sure. What, just because y'all think that you've got more guns? We have more. The rest of the United States has more people and more guns. It's just that we don't all need them to outnumber you. Even if only 1 out of every 10 people in liberal states has a gun, they still outnumber you. You're still outnumbered. Try to take over a city. Try it. What do you think's going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. People are going to shoot you from up high. Enter a city. Every fucking window above the third fucking story is now a sniper position. Fuck around, find out. The landscape of a city will fuck you. You have to know how to move through them. And it's difficult. It's difficult. That's why they train people so hard on that stuff in the Army. That's why you have all those simulations. You know, with those tight corners and shit. That's why Fallujah went the way it did, even though there was all that training. The motherfuckers you're invading have the home court advantage, and in a city, that advantage is gigantic. It is gigantic. It's why the Russians haven't taken, one of the reasons Russia hasn't taken Kiev. You know, on top of all the other crap that they did. Going to war with cities is a really bad idea. Now, here's the thing. There is one military that is reasonably good at it. And that is America. America's very good at it. For that matter, Israel's very good at it as well. But what are your victory conditions? Well, you just got to kill the most guys? No. That's not how wars are won. If that was the case, we wouldn't be having an argument over the Gaza Strip. Yeah, the South invades California. How far do you think that's going to get? How do you think how are they going to hold control of it? American cities are very hard to invade because of the way they're built, because of the way they're designed. And in some cases, like LA, luck. Yeah, right. You're going to invade a fucking area. You're going to invade a sprawl where, in order to get from one area to another, you have to use a highway. Right. Right. Okay. Oh my God, the Southern Army's coming into fucking, I don't know, San Pablo or something. Okay, just blow up the bridge. Blow up the bridge. Boom. All right, now they can't get in. What are you going to do? Crawl down into the valley on foot? Guys up top will fucking pick you off one by one. Don't be too hasty there, Bubba. Yeah. Highway be a no man's land. Also, here's the other thing about California. California will not run out of supplies. That's the other thing. Because you have to invade from the east if you're coming from America, right? Because it's the westernmost part of the continent. In order to avoid the hardest part of getting into California, which is its eastern border, you first have to take over northwest Mexico. Good luck with that. Yeah, you'd have to fight a war on two fronts. You have to. And if the South comes and invades Mexico, you think Mexico ain't going to ask California for help? If that's the way shit shook down? Hell no. They'd be like, hey, California, how about we help each other out here? All right. And all the conservatives in California will get mad, but it won't matter. Won't matter. Because at that point, it's like, well, we want California to survive, right? Want. I don't know how I feel about that upcoming Civil War movie. Like, that movie seems really dumb. Because like one of the things they say in the damn thing is like, oh my God, New York, California and Texas are allied. And I'm like, okay, I don't know how that would happen. Second of all, at that point, who's fighting? Because if it's California versus and Texas versus everybody else, California and Texas wins. I. It's where the majority of the military. Those are the two areas where the majority of the military personnel in America come from. So if they're allied, who's fighting? It's like Nevada's going to invade California. Okay. There's no way California don't win. I mean, they might destroy a few cities, kill a few, kill a few thousand, 100,000 people. Don't get me wrong, it'd be awful. But if we're talking about eventual victory, that's not what I'm worried about. That's taken care of. Because victory for us is just you knock that shit off. No one is coming in to southern states or threatening to come into southern states and invade. I know they think people from south of the border are doing that, but they're not. Which kind of begs the question, why aren't Californians threatening to invade the southern states? Simple. Why aren't liberal states threatening to invade southern, Republican ones? Yeah?
Really should eat some food.
Uh, na, 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 na.
There you go.
Thank you. The answer is they don't have anything California wants or needs besides votes. Like flat out. You know what I never see in a grocery store? Product of Texas. Half the oranges come from Mexico, not Florida. It's closer. Everything else California makes for itself. Well, not everything else, but like most of the things that we need actually come from California. Yeah, I don't know what the director thought. Putting California and Texas on the same side. Like, I'm not saying that couldn't happen. It's not that likely, but I could see it. You know, war does strange things. But at that point, isn't it over? Like, it's a foregone conclusion at that point. Yeah, the only thing California has left is obnoxious tech bros and fucking NIMBYs. Yeah, most of those, and a lot of those come from Texas. Not all of them. Not all of them. California's got its share of that bullshit. It's got more than its share of that bullshit. But one thing I'm really fucking tired of is people coming into California telling us how much better Texas is. Well, then go fucking live there, you shitheel. No one likes you. If everything's so much better and cheaper there, why are you in California? Keep your fucking stupid bullshit away from me. Keep your trad wives and your American family values away from me. I have enough trouble dealing with Californian racism. I don't need the worst strain. California's got racism too. Oh, fuck yeah, it does. But you know what's great about California racism? You can get away from it. You can find places that are way less racist. Oh, we've got Austin. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Austin. We want to be San Francisco, but ain't. They ain't even the crappy version of San Francisco that exists now. Texas. It's like California, but everything sucks. Texas desperately tried to be California, but it sucks at it. Yeah. And I'm not entertaining any counter argument. Holy shit. It's like, we need to be California without all that liberal. Okay. Yeah, why deal with California's congested 6-lane traffic when you deal with Texas's congested 16-lane traffic? Yeah, I know, right? Oh, the traffic's terrible there. Are you kidding me? Traffic's bad everywhere. Traffic's bad everywhere. In fact, I'll say it. Traffic is bad. If you have traffic, it's a problem. Yeah, Texas and Florida, like, oh, we got to protect sports in the women's bathroom. One thing that don't need more protection, and two, another thing that is a dumb idea anyway. California made the very, very sensible decision of saying, okay, if there's only one bathroom, it has to be either gender. You can't have a place that just has a men's room. Okay. And the funny thing was, that ended up helping landlords. Landlords of like business properties. Because now they didn't have to have as many bathrooms. Just make all your bathrooms neutral gender and be done with it. In many ways, it was like that whole thing about like, oh my God, they're getting rid of boys and girls sections and toy stores. And I'm like, and? Well, they're trying to get rid of gender. They're not. What they're going to do, which is what they did do, is they're like, this is the doll section. This is the board game section. This is the action figure section. They just got rid of the additional category. Yeah, the toy aisle thing, that was a thing. I remember that. It was insane. Like, they fucking lost their shit. But the funny thing was, they were like, we got to stop them for doing this. And I'm like, it's done. They already did it. They've been doing it. Because it wasn't helping. It wasn't helping them. So they were just like, girls who want action figures are going to go to the action figure section, man. Boys that want dolls are just going to go to the doll section. What this allows us to do is have the doll section next to something else. That's what it actually, that's why they actually did it. It maximized, it was there for them to maximize their space. That's why they got rid of it. Because the first thing a kid or a parent looks for isn't girls' toys, boys' toys. It's dolls, Legos, action figures, toy cars. They didn't need the gender category anymore, and in fact, it was creating problems. So they got rid of it. And then they told everybody they had gotten rid of it, and then people lost their shit. But it had been that way for over a year. Kid that doesn't want Barbie ain't gonna go to the Barbie where the Barbie dolls are. It's already naturally selecting. It wasn't illegal for a boy to go into the girls' toy section. You know, like that was. But that's the thing about like conservatives and people with low IQs. They need these really, really well demarcated boundaries. Otherwise, they cannot understand things. And my answer to those things, by and large, is catch up. Just because you only have like a 5th grade level of education doesn't mean the rest of us have to fucking deal with it. Especially when we're just going to the store. Man, speaking of low IQs, that whole thing about Kyle Rittenhouse, like, doing poorly on the Marines entrance exam. Dude, I was like, that kid's gonna try to join the Marines? There ain't no way. I mean, even if he hadn't shot and killed 2 people, there was still no way. Look at him. The only thing that could have made him valuable to the Marines is intelligence, which he clearly didn't have. If he had been smart, like real smart, actual smart, then he could have gotten in. But there's no way he was going to get in while being stupid. Marines may be jarheads, but they're not dumb. Yeah, the Army and the Marines actually have standards. If you're super able-bodied, they will overlook a certain degree of lack of intelligence. If you are intelligent, they will overlook a certain degree of lack of physicality. But if you don't have either, they don't want you. They do not want you. Also, apparently he got like real low. Like, let me put it this way. The initial test goes from 1 to 100. Goes from 0 to 100. 100 being the best, 0 being the worst. To pass the test, you need a 30. 3-0. They do test a bunch of different things. One is like intelligence, but they also test other things like spatial awareness, situational awareness. Now, I don't know what it was exactly, but it was below 30 because 30 is pass. Now, here's the other thing. Your score on that test is not the only thing that determines whether or not they let you in. They can refuse to let you in for a bunch of other reasons, like even if you're an American citizen. Have you ever been put on trial for a crime? Because the thing is that, you know, have you ever killed anybody? Have you killed another American? Because whatever a jury says for a situation like Rittenhouse's, which was so public, they don't care. They're like, okay, yeah, you just killed 2 Americans. Out. No. We do not want people who are willing to kill, who have already killed other Americans. Like, if he had been convicted, it would have been an automatic no. But even with let me put it this way, even with a self-defense thing, everyone had seen the video. They're allowed to use that in their decision making, and they will. Another thing that they do is they start calling friends and family, you know, to find out your character. They don't do it as hard as if you're trying to enter intelligence, because that's like you're handling secrets, you know, like that is way more intense. But they will call and they will ask, you know, do you know this person? What do you think of their character? Do you think that they're loyal to the United States? You know, have they ever committed a crime? Do they have a drug problem? Blah, blah, blah. You know, what do you think of their character? They'll ask those questions. Yeah, he couldn't manage a 30. But here's the thing. You're allowed to take that test, like, the first time you fail that test, you're allowed to take it a month later. After that, you have to wait 6 months. If you fail it twice, you have to wait 6 months. And there's no technical limit on how many times you're allowed to test, but, like, let's get real. Like, if you fail it 3 times in a row, that's no good. You know, and they will look to see if you somehow cheated. No, he couldn't. Kyle Rittenhouse is the Kyle Rittenhouse is the example of a below average dude. Like, below average in, like, everything. That's not great. In fact, that's pretty bad. I like to believe that everyone has something that they are good at. But the reality is some people don't. Some people are below average at best. It's not what I want to believe. I don't like it, but it seems to be the case. And that bugs me. It bugs me. It actually does bug me. You know, it makes me feel a whole lot of pity. Yeah, he was outright banned. It wasn't for failing the test. It probably wasn't for failing the test, though. He was probably banned for a multitude of other reasons, which are probably extremely obvious. Because, like I said, you're allowed to try again. If they said absolutely fucking not, I guarantee it had to do with what he did. It has to do with killing those two people. It absolutely did. It absolutely did. The admissions guys are just like, no fucking way. He's already killed Americans. And that's another thing a lot of people got to understand about the U.S. military. That is a big deal to them. I can't believe we live in an era where military admissions have more common sense than the Supreme Court. You know, and here's the other thing. Oh, yeah, here's another thing that's really big, very specific. If you talk about killing the president, no, under no circumstances. So if he ever talked about like shooting Biden or anything like that, boom, done, out, no. That's the other reason why I'm not too worried about a civil war, but like, at least right now, which is the American military is not up for it. Yeah, the American military is not into that. Does not want to do that. The U.S. military, the military as an institution, fucking fought hard against a trans ban. You think they're going to join in on behalf of that shit? No way. Maybe individual people, but not the institution. My whole point is don't fantasize about civil war. It's not going to go the way you want. And there is nothing indicating that it would or could. Unless you believe, and this is, of course, the real thing, unless you believe just having guns is enough. Because the fact of the matter is, even on that level, you're outgunned. And even if they were able to somehow throw the military into complete disarray, there's still all that, stuff. Yeah, anyone believes his guns are enough, I got bridges to sell them. Yeah. I mean, think of it this way. Look at how hard Gaza is being. Like, Israel, a very armed force, is having trouble has trouble taking over Gaza. And I don't think Palestinians are allowed to have weapons. I'm glad that John got a Tennessee, though. I know that wasn't easy for him. Like he had a lot of Southern pride. Actually, it might be more correct to say he had a lot of redneck pride. You know, which he probably felt was easier to like hold on to. Because the best parts of redneck culture can be translated anywhere. Like even LA will enjoy it if you're not being a bigoted asshole about it. You know, but you just like you throw a hoot nanny or something. Hell yeah, people show up. People tailgate in California. I see it all the time. Although one of the things I think is funny is that, so he moves to the Ann Arbor area, right? Now he has chickens. Didn't have chickens in Tennessee. He's got chickens in Ohio. Now I'm pretty sure the chickens were there before he was. You know, like they moved into the place and that place has chickens. You know, but he was real stoked about it. And Yogi like started in with like oh, what kinds of chickens are those? And John, because A, they were, and B, he knew someone would get the joke. He was like, I think they're Rhode Island Reds. And of course, I come in with Rhode Island Red. Oh, I like them. Yogi had no idea what was going on. You know, so I come in with like, now you ain't trying to fuck these chickens now, are you? He's like, what? You know, me and John just go off for a bit, and we're like, dude, Devil's Rejects? And then Yogi was like, oh, oh. Are they Rhode Island Reds, though? And he's like, yes, they're Rhode Island Reds. Let me pull that up. I'll pull that up.
Yeah, boss.
You know why I come here to get these chickens?
No, boss.
Because my brother makes the best fried chicken in the world.
Is that right?
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, sir. How you?
How y'all doing? Good
Ken
morning.
Forey,
Good,
baby.
Good, good. What you got for me?
Well, we got these real cute bar rock chickens here.
Yeah, I see it.
Got them nice, long-legged, Rhode Island red chickens.
Rhode Island Red.
Yeah, them
Oh,
some
I
nice.
like them. I want a Rhode Island Red for me, all right?
Yeah,
Two
Rhode
of them.
Island red too.
Yeah, yeah.
Now y'all ain't planning on fucking these chickens, are you?
What the fuck are you getting at? Do you fuck chickens?
Well, I have thought about fucking some chickens before. If you want to have a good time and you need some pussy, you can cut that chicken's head off, stick your dick in that ass of that chicken, and that damn chicken will go crazy on your ass and go.
Are you saying that I would cut off a chicken's head, put my dick in it, fuck it, and go, ah? You accuse me of fucking a chicken, motherfucker?
No, I ain't calling you chicken fucker, but that boy over there looks sexually frustrated, and I don't approve of chicken fuck.
You hear what he called me, boss? I ain't
My mistake, my mistake.
Come here, fucking just
My
stop
mistake.
yakking and grab the fucking chickens, Cleavon.
I'll get the chicken.
Yeah, fine.
Appreciate it, thank y'all.
He's the chicken. Fucker.
That's all right. Put it back there. Next time we go someplace else.
We ain't never buying chicken from him again, boss.
Yeah, I know.
You inbred? Inbred?
Yeah, that's the red hot pussy liquor scene of that movie, man. You know, like it has nothing to do with the plot, nothing to do with nothing, but it's amazing. I would not remove it. Oh, I fucking love Devil's Rejects. I think it's his best movie. I think it's his best movie. Followed by Lords of Salem. I think if you don't count the Halloween films, which I only sort of do. I only sort of count those as Rob Zombie movies, you know. But like of the ones that I would really say were part of his oeuvre, I'll put it that way. Yeah, I think Devil's Rejects is my favorite. I think it's the best. Lords of Salem. Yeah, Lords of Salem's a close second. Very close second. Yeah, I know what you mean, Joseph Hall. Like, I like Halloween 2 more than Rob Zombie's Halloween, because it's so crazy. It's so nuts. Like, nothing works in that movie. You know, like, nothing really works, and it's fascinating. Like I said, this is the kind of bad movie a genius makes. Well, the funny thing is that it turns out everything I hated about Rob Zombie's first Halloween movie were things that he was told to do. Like, he didn't want to do the remake of Halloween part. He just wanted to do a story about Michael Myers escaping the asylum. And while I thought that it didn't really work to have Michael Myers have you know, like a stripper mom and a redneck dad and all that stuff, I didn't think that worked, because to me the point was that Michael Myers could be anybody. I can't fucking say that those parts were badly made. Oh, the Monsters movie. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. You know, like that was one that was clearly just done to have fun. You know, to have goofy, cheesy, corny fun. And I knew that that's what that movie was going to be. You know, everyone was like, oh my God, is he going to? I'm like, no. Rob Zombie loves the Monsters. He is going to try to make it as corny as possible because that's what the Monsters is. Oh, I would have so watched Rob Zombie's Silent Night, Deadly Night. I would so watch that. Like that he could have done anything with. Oh, where does 31 rank? Probably about like 4th. I like it. I like it a lot. But okay, if we're just talking about like quality of a movie, you know, its technical aspects, its acting, its framing, its stagecraft, all of that stuff. 31 is really good. It's excellent. But I don't like it as much as I like House of a Thousand Corpses. I like House of a Thousand Corpses a little bit more. So like it ranks like, so 31 ranks like 4th. But I really like it, and it is an excellent movie. The unrated version of 31? I thought you did. I own it. You know, it's one of those things where it's like there's the one that was in theater, the cut that was in theaters, and then there was the cut that was for everything else. I mean, maybe it was only on DVD, on Blu-ray, which is, I mean, obviously I said I own it, so I'm talking about the Blu-ray. Well, a Monsters movie wasn't gonna be like the Addams Family because the Munsters are not the Addams Family. You know, it requires, the Munsters requires a love for for kitschy Americana that the Addams Family doesn't have. In place of that, the Addams Family has like it's gothic trappings. Which is why the Sonnenfeld movie is so good, because he enhanced that. Beware Children of Play. I would so watch Rob Zombie's version of Beware Children of Play. I would so watch it. Yeah, also that Monsters movie was made kind of on the cheap. Like that thing had a budget that was way less than the Addams Family did back in the 90s. I think it was like what, 12 mil? Like back in the 90s, I believe the Addams Family was like 40. No, the Munsters are no money. They're middle class. They're suburban middle class. which the Addams Family is not, even when they live in a suburban area. Yeah, the Addams Family is definitely an old money family. You know, which is why in the middle of that movie, like, fucking Grandpa loses everything. You know, he has to learn to be middle class. So does Lily. She has to make that adjustment too. The only one who kind of takes to it, like, you know, immediately is Herman. You know? Yeah. Gomez Adams is always looking at the old ticker, checking out stock market. Yeah.
What's that?
Dirty pool, old man. I like it.
Dirty pool, old man. I like it.
Had enough? Ha!
Where's my pen?
Never mind.
Never mind. I'll take yours.
God, those eyes. Raul Julia's eyes. So good.
First, the old
Old
business.
Charity auction, it's ridiculous.
Perhaps it's in here.
I don't think so.
Yeah, they got this.
Offshore retirement fund? What would it do?
What would
They
it
got this
do?
big house, all this stuff.
All tribute to thee. Some called him inhumanly evil.
No.
Only our parents.
I called him brother.
And his memory must live on forever through money. I'm going to deposit the funds under my name for tax purposes.
That's inspired.
He would have wanted it that way. Beloved Festa.
Indeed. For Festa.
For Festa, brother.
My brother.
One of a kind.
The doctors all said.
Kind to animals, so good with children.
They never proved anything.
$1 million is the perfect amount.
It's brilliant.
It's untraceable.
But Tully, it's not old business. He's going to have to wait. You know the rules better than that.
Why? But this is different. This is in my name. Make an exception.
Old business is old business, and new business is new business, and this is new business, and we do not discuss new business until...
Next quarter.
Next quarter.
Next quarter. Next quarter?
Fine lunch, but your
Riposte.
a tad rusty. Make yourself comfortable, old man, while I get the money for the monthly expenses.
Oh man. Actually, one of the most touching things I heard was why Angelica Houston would not come. Was like, I'm never playing Morticia again, because she said, I can't be Morticia without my Gomez. That's how you know they were doing it exactly right. Let's see.
are you going? There's trouble.
Hey, not to worry. Plan B.
But that hideous little girl
I'm
knows...
in charge. 10 minutes.
Yeah, like Mark Hamill can't be Mike Joker without my Batman. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I love that snake saxophone.
Mamushka! Mamushka! He comes with one mushka! With a hey, 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 I swear by Mommy and Adams, this detestable festers the echt Fester Adams. So hey, 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 let's dance the dance of brotherly love. Mamushka!
Christopher Lloyd said the same thing. He's like, I can't be Fester without Raoul. Slide scene.
Play, baby, come on and play with me.
Oh wait, cut. Oh, thank God! You need the lead up. Come on.
Greed. I feel like we're children again. Hey, you're it!
Play, baby, come on and play with me. I bring a dolly tree, climb up my apple tree, look down my rainbow, slide down my cellar, and we be jolly friends forever.
Oh, I cut it off. Come on.
Play, baby, come on and play with me. I bring a dolly tree, climb up my apple tree, look down my rainbow, slide down my cellar, and we be jolly friends forever.
How do you take it off? That's absurd! That finger trap was a party favorite his 10th birthday!
Oh no, Father's playing with his trains.
No. Father's playing with his trains.
He wore that finger trap for 2 years! Mother had to teach him to eat with his feet! And the combination! And the backward! And my cigar! And he slept so well!
He's using the diesel.
He's going past Dead Man's Curve.
The covered bridge.
Dead Man's Curve.
Oh, mama.
It is gonna be late! sign. Shall I be joyous or shall I be damned?
You want to blow the other bridge?
Oh, some other time.
You know how it is with a small...
I'm Sam Hilliard from the Sherwood School.
How do you do, Mr. Hilliard?
I just stopped by to talk to you about... They're going to crash.
You think so, huh? Beautiful. Beautiful.
You meant to blow them up?
Of course. Why else would a grown man play with trains? You want to blow the other bridge?
Oh, some other time.
You know how it is with a small child and new trains. What can I do for you?
I love the Addams Family. I like the Munsters, but I like the Addams Family more.
Tom, before we say goodnight, wouldn't you like to come in for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
And meet my folks?
Oh, you always bring that up. Why do I have to meet your folks?
Well, I've been out with you a lot, and my aunt and uncle would like to meet you and your family. They're sort of old-fashioned.
Well, I'll tell you what. My parents are having that party that you're coming to next week, so why don't I get them to invite your, It is your aunt and uncle, isn't it? Yes. It is your aunt
Yes,
and
I've
uncle?
lived with them since I was a baby.
Oh. Well, come here, baby.
They're standing real close, Lily. You know, this is the 4th date she's had with that young man.
Yes, it's amazing how some boys will overlook a girl's appearance.
Have a good time, Marilyn?
Uh-huh. And guess what? Tom's parents are giving a party next week, and I think you're both going to be invited.
Well, I think it's high time we met this young man's parents. You can't be too careful these days. There are a lot of strange people in this world.
A party? Sounds wonderful. You know, we don't get out at night as much as we used to.
Well, I'm going up to bed. See you in the morning.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
By the way, Tom says it's going to be a masquerade party.
Well, I suppose we'll just have to go for Marilyn's sake. But I wish it weren't a masquerade.
I know what you mean. If there's anything that disturbs me, Lily, it's the idea of grown people like us dressing up in costume and looking ridiculous.
Good times, good times. Oh, yeah, no. Morticia's the only one for Gomez. That's... I agree. I agree. Still, wouldn't have minded a crossover. Wouldn't have minded a crossover at all. Yeah, a crossover would have been amazing. You know, that would have been great. Okay. Let's go back to sculpting for a little bit because I don't feel like quite logging off just yet. But if I go on the but I don't need to do the home shopping network portion of the show that much either. How am I doing? Thanks for asking, Motor. Doing all right, you know. Um doing all right. Hit a milestone with the manuscript. Very important one. We finished all the character class progressions. Now I have to test those out. Hopefully it'll be good. I think unfortunately, like with the test, what we're going to have to look for is just simply if it works. Because we're so far along at this point, like if what we got works, it's good enough. Like it has to be good enough. And that's a little scary. It's like, yep, time to stop fucking with it. The goal at this point has to be good enough. And that's scary because you're never sure if you're putting in good work. Then again, you never really do. And that's the way I kind of have to look at it. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Yeah, you have to move beyond it. You get completely stuck, you know. Just hope that it's good enough to at least get us to a second edition, which I think it is, but you know, also that's leaving up to what the audience thinks. You know, is the audience big enough? Will they buy it? You know, can we market it well enough on our own? You know, can we manage the business properly? All unanswered questions. Questions that won't be answered for some time. Because after the manuscript, which is going to be soon after that's done, it'll be time to really get down to designing the to designing and the Kickstarter. You know, and that pitch is going to be really important. Almost as important as the game itself. And yeah, I'm there is a certain amount of anxiety I have over it. Certain amount of trepidation. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, that's what everyone says. Everyone says, "Ah, don't worry, it'll be fine." I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. Because sometimes it's not the this is the thing. Half the success is the work itself. Meaning, with something like this, particularly entertainment, how it does in the marketplace is one of the big degrees of success. And you can only succeed as much as you were going to with what you got. A lot of the rest of it is up to luck. I haven't done everything I can yet. You know, once that Kickstarter comes out, I will have done everything I can. At least on that level. Then it's all practical considerations. You know, getting the damn thing printed, getting the art together, keeping interest going. Yo. And it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Let's see. It seems you're going to do the right mindset. The old film firm was involved in went in purely for a cheap buck, screwed all of us, and fled the country. Oh, man. Oh, man, that's awful. That is awful. I'm so sorry that happened. All too common. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing I can pretty clearly say is we're not in it for a quick buck. That ship is I spent so much time on that. That ship is fucking sailed. Nothing cheap about any of the bucks we make from this point at this point. Ain't nothing quick. Oh, met your fiance that way? He says hi, by the way. Oh, excellent. Hey, you won. In that case, you won. You. Yeah, I say hi back, by the way. Dun, dun. No, not there. There. There we go. Hello, son.
Still streaming?
What?
Still streaming?
Yeah.
Yay, I love you.
I love you. Giddy lady on your end now. Okay, the hair's going to be a bit of a bitch. Excuse me. Jeez. There we go. That's a bit better. You know what? Do I know the work of John Blanche? I don't. I don't actually. I know more painters than I know sculptors if he's a sculptor. But I don't actually know who he is. Who is he? Huh. He's one of the guys that made this amazing Warhammer artwork back in the day. Oh, then I probably am familiar with his work. I just don't recognize the name. Yeah, a lot of my artistic inspirations were like Gerald Brom, Larry Elmore, Clyde Caldwell, Fred Fields, Tom Baxa. You know, them, particularly probably Gerald Brom, is why I'm so big on sexuality coming back to fantasy and horror art, particularly with role playing games, because I feel like that's something that got lost. That's something that got lost. But Baldur's Gate, in my opinion, proved that removing the sexuality from role playing games is a huge mistake. People love it. You know, it was nice to have a fantasy world where everyone was kind of thirsty. Stay thirsty, my friends. You were never going to see Dark Sun ever again. Oh, don't be so sure about that. There is this little like porny role playing game called Vice and Violence is clearly fucking inspired by Dark Sun. Except one of the things that's so funny about it is it's so cute. It's super lewd, but it is so adorable. Oh yeah, bring back the Larry Elmore and Clay Caldwell cheesecake shots. You know, like for that matter, like there ain't nothing wrong. The only thing that's wrong with cheesecake is that's a little one-sided. What about the gay dudes in the audience? Why don't they get nothing? You know, what about trans people? Why don't we show off a little more a little bit more of how sexy they can be? One artistic trend I did think was really funny in fantasy art is everyone doing fantasy wheelchairs. Um, it's one of those I didn't have a problem with it, but it was funny that like so many fantasy wheelchair art pieces came out at the same time. More gay subtext? Nah, I don't want. I don't need gay. No, text, not gay subtext. Text. Yeah, if you're gonna have harem slave girls, you also need harem slave twinks. Yeah, oh, agreed, agreed. You know. Yeah, I'm sad the fourth edition Dark Sun. I'm sorry. I'm sad that they did Dark Sun for fourth edition. You know, the one no one wants to play. And they didn't have that, like, cool. The art also lacked that cool Gerald Brom edge to it. You know, that bondage edge. You know, that was cool as hell. Subtext is for cowards. Yeah. Was that Garth Marenghi's Dark Place that said that? Subtext is for cowards. Yeah, it was Darth Marenghi's. Oh yeah, Tony Dieter-Lietzi. Tony Dieter-Lietzi is great. Yeah, his stuff on Planescape, man. I was really sad that like the current version of Planescape didn't go as weird with it. It didn't go weirder with it. I was always like, let people play rogue Modrons. Buff ass women in leather. Yeah. Gothic sex in a desert. That's Gerald Brom, baby. God, I have so many of. I have a bunch of his art books. Sounds like Hoarder's recording back there. Oh, you didn't know I sculpted? It's something I haven't done in a long time. But for some reason, I just got an itch to do it again. I don't know where it came from. I partially blame Rick Baker, because I started following him on Instagram and TikTok. Or actually, it might just be Instagram. I don't know if he's on TikTok. There's a lot of videos just showing like him just sculpting things. And I was thinking, I did kind of like sculpting. But like when I was at school, like 3D sculpting was the big thing. And I wasn't very good at that. Then again, the last time I tried to seriously 3D sculpt something was like back in the 90s, and those tools were pretty bad. Probably a lot better now, but something about clay. Something about making something physical. But there was something about that watching Rick Baker do the like 11th billionth Phantom of the Opera fucking mask that he had sculpted. You know, and just the fact that it was like, dude, that was just for him. You know, because he's Rick Baker. He can make what he wants. And he could have because it's not like he hadn't done the Phantom of the Opera before. He's done dozens of those. But something about the joy and the joy he had in just doing his dozenth fucking Phantom of the Opera. Like it was somehow still all new to him. And you know, it's Rick Baker, so it's amazing. No. There's something about physical art. Nothing wrong with digital, but one thing I've definitely that I've felt about art is that it needs a liveliness. And that is the hardest. I don't know how you teach that. I don't know if you can. You know, it's not like math. And it's not like math, and it's not like an academic pursuit. Yeah, it needs a liveliness, and that's what AI can't give it. Now, of course, a lot of artists can't either. But AI can't make that final cross. It could do shadows, it can turn form, it can do negative space, it can do all of that. But there's a liveliness it can't give. It can't do. Maybe a sci-fi AI, like one that has emotions, could do it. But that's not what we're doing. They're just trying to save a buck. And it's not really working. That stuff's actually quite expensive to produce. All the computational power it uses. Wow. They just don't want to have to rely on artists for this stuff. But they produce the best results. It produces the best results. People produce the best art. Even in advertisement. Dude, think about this. Where would Coca-Cola be without all those Norman Rockwell paintings of Santa Claus? Norman Rockwell, a man who lived, I believe, in the Bronx. He didn't live in the Midwest. He lived in New York. He lived in New York City for real. Not like some outlying area. Oh, those are Haddon Sundblom Santa paintings. All right. Well, where'd they be without him? Point stands. The human element is what makes so many of those like exploitation movie posters so cool. Takes a human to say, "Now we want that grit." This is just executives thinking they know better than artists. AI bullshit. Well, there is no hand drawn art anymore. Oh, sorry, hand drawn animation. Everything that looks 2D animated these days is actually CGI. There are no cells. But note that they're spending all of that, a lot of care trying to imitate the hand drawn look, because it's the best. Like most fucking like anime ain't been hand drawn in ages. I think the only studio that still even does it is Ghibli. And even they don't do it all the time. They always want it to look like it. They always want it to look like it. And that still requires a human artist. Still requires it. Gets super uncanny when it's 3D trying to look 2D. Not anymore. Not if they do it right. Name me a 2D animated television series or film that has come out in the last 10 years. It was 3D. Flat out. It was. Invincible. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, in the animation industry, it's been decided. It's all CGI. The Simpsons is all CGI. All those Batman movies, animated movies, that came out last few years, CGI. But like I said, they want it to look handmade. They want it to look like that because it's a great look. People relate to it. They see it. Oh, what am I working on here? Oh, working on a sculpture of a character. I believe the kids on social media call it an OC. No more market in cells because they don't exist. It is why some of them look a little stiff and a little less expressive. I look at it this way. Everyone was worried that CGI was going to replace practical effects. It didn't. It replaced certain aspects. But most things these days are a blend of practical and digital. Go to an effects convention and you'll see it. Like that's another argument that's over. The argument over whether CGI is better than practical. That's over. That is over. They had to be blended. They got better and better at using each one for what it was good for, doing what the other one couldn't. And AI will either do the same thing or it will go away. Because this is not a printing press argument. It's not even a photography argument. It's a pure money argument, and I don't think money's going to win. Because, like I said, it will either find its use in art production or it will go away. It will not replace it. Because the reaction to AI art is visceral. Art is visceral. We want to know that there's a person behind it. Because art connects us with our humanity. Whether you're the one doing it or the one admiring it. Now, that's the sublime nature of art. And it's why I refuse to see art through a purely political lens. Because the politics is what you bring. Sometimes the artist brings it. It's true. But unless it's a political card, it is a purposefully political piece of art. You will miss it. You will miss it. You will miss the real point. because the word politics carries too much baggage. And that is why I'm forever getting into arguments with people about it. Because I'm mad that they're missing it. Art has a hard enough time being understood without people saying that they're right for making it about themselves. Because there is no great political message you can do in art that doesn't speak louder when you appreciate it for its humanity. And I feel that way about all art. I feel that way about music, about pictures, about movies, about writing. All of it. Make and trying to make and I consider politics to be a lower level. Because when you see a truly great piece of art, you know what you don't ask yourself? Oh, gee, I wonder what politics this guy had. Unless they just tell you. I know I'm a little touchy on that subject. I'm always tempted to talk about art purely on a political level is the height of pretension. But maybe there's my pretension. Nah, fuck it. I'm still mad because they're missing it. Because politics is serious. It's serious business. Which leaves no time for play. And without play, there is no art. There is no art without play. That's why people who are too serious don't get art. And I'm like, you're going to lose that? You're going to sacrifice that? You're going to sacrifice that. And for what? For fucking what? So you could say that you were right in some sort of fucking internet argument? Go to hell. Actually, I don't have to tell you to go to hell. You're already there. Don't forget to be playful. For fuck's sake. Dun, dun, dun. A painting can be political. A piece of art can be political. Absolutely. There's no argument about that. I'm not even going to have, I don't even disagree that, I don't even think art shouldn't be political. I think it should be. But to say all art is political. No, all art is playful. Sometimes it's a rough kind of playful. Like, you think Goya wasn't fucking giggling to himself when he made that guy in the firing squad look like Jesus? He was giggling to himself. He's like, I'm going to show these motherfuckers something. All art's got that. I made this. Art is expressive. It's playful. Even when it's dark and depressing. Even when it's horrific. Politics, fine. I care. But what I care about way more when it comes to art is I want to see what you did. I want to see what you made. Because whatever you make, whatever you make that you really put some heart and soul into, I can't. I can't do that. I can't make what you're going to make. I can't make it. You have to make it. And I don't get to see it unless you make it. Maybe one of the reasons I'm able to do sculpture right now is I don't really want to. I don't need to be one. It's me. It's just me and me making it look like the way I want it to look. That's it. Hey, buddy. Yes. It's me. Let me guess. You want me to open that door, don't you? You want me to let you back into the rest of the house so that you can bother everybody. Oh, no, you're sleeping on the bed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's being adorable. Succubus? Incubus, if anything. It's a male. I decided to do a male character. Partially because it would be a little bit easier for me to work on without getting too turned on. But I am going to try to do a female figure. I love seeing little kids work. The stuff they do just to do it. Explain to me the politics of that. And don't give me that fucking, well, it's an inherently political perspective because they come from a middle class background, blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. You're saying that to win the argument. And I know you would not fucking say that about graffiti. But you want to talk about political art to graffiti, it applies more. It applies more to graffiti. But people call that vandalism. I suppose what I'm really mad about is I'm tired of those middle class white bullshit arguments. Maybe that's what I'm really angry at. Don't give me that shit. That's dismissive and you know it. It's like listening to people like fucking fret about like, oh, I'm just bringing another privileged white male into the world. Oh, shut up. You're already coming at this from the wrong angle. Yeah, no, that's where my anger lies. That's where my anger lies. We have to consider the politics of that. That's like trying to. You're the same kind of people who would fucking try to worry about the future politics of a baby. Fuck you. And in some cases, they're literally the same people. I'm worried my son will be privileged. He will be privileged. Because every son is a prince and every daughter is a princess in your world. It should be. You are its parent. The love is what will matter. Your love is what will matter. Oh, can you get a close up of the scope? I'll see. This camera is not, and this lighting is not set up well for this. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you guys think it looks good. I'm happy with the way it's turning out too. Couldn't believe it when I heard someone say that. I'm worried I'm just bringing another privileged white male into the world. Jesus Christ. Like, I know that we have too many privileged white guys running around. But you're going to worry about that? Stop being so white. You just for a minute come outside of that goddamn middle class white bubble. And see how pointless that is. Because what you're really saying is, I don't trust myself enough to give this kid a broad understanding of the world. And on that level, maybe you're right. Maybe your kid will inherit your paucity of experience and lack of breadth. As you can tell, I get angry about certain things. He looks like me. I hope so. I hope so. That was a little bit of the point. It's not a self-portrait, but like, but the character is based on myself. Also, I've never met someone who went on about the politics of art that was able to truly understand the art they said they were talking about. It's really sad. It's really sad. Maybe it comes down to the fact that I'm not a critic. I'm not really a critic. I care about the art way more. You know, like, let me put it this way. Surf Ninjas has more value in existing than any criticism talking about how bad it is. Even Samurai Cop is worth more than anything talking about what a piece of shit it is. Even Samurai Cop. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's good. Yeah, George, you're like, I love Surf Ninjas. I don't care how bad it is. Exactly. Exactly. You're like, you got enough taste to know. Yes, this is really isn't that good. But I'm still into it, you know, like you know a movie that I really don't like, that I hate, and I can see all the things wrong with it, but there are people that absolutely love it, and I don't want to shit on their good time because I see what they see in it. I see what they see in it. I just hate it. Jennifer's Body. Jennifer's Body. It is a movie that I hate. I do not like it. I think that it is bad. I think that it is bad. I think that it fails at what it is obviously trying to do. I don't know why it is that way, but I feel like it is. But there are tons of people, in particular girls, who love it. And they love it because it's a witchy bisexual girl movie. And I get that. I get that. I get that. So I don't want to shit on their good time. I won't say it's a good movie, but I don't. It's not a good movie, but if you like it, I'm happy for you. I'm genuinely happy for you. Not everything has to be for me. But with that said, I don't like the movie. It fell so short of my expectations, you know? And it did all the things I was afraid it was going to do. Yeah, let's put a boyfriend character in there so Amanda Seyfried ain't all the way gay. And then let's not discuss the sexual tension between the two girls. It's obviously supposed to be there. And ultimately, like, the reasons I'm so mad at that movie is because of all the things that the people that like that movie like about that movie, I am mad at because I feel like the movie chickened out. Well, Megan Fox refused to be nude in the movie, so that makes it feminist. Like, don't. No one who likes that movie says that. Yeah, they're all like, yeah, I kind of like seeing Amanda Seyfried topless. You know? All the girls who like that movie, that's the shit they remember. Yeah. And on that, we're in agreement because I'm like, okay, you know? I am mad because I didn't they promised they said they were going to go farther than they did. You're just glad they went in that direction at all. Like I remember that whole that when there was all that hate towards Diablo Cody, who wrote Jennifer's Body. She was a screenwriter, who had also done Juno. That's the thing that she got really famous for is writing Juno. Um, you know, the movie that convinced everyone for some reason that Michael Cera could act. Don't look at me, man. It was always about Elliot, Elliot, then Ellen Page. It was always about them. I just didn't want to give a girl her ups. We'll give the mediocre male actor his ups, but we won't give the obviously talented female actor because she was presenting females at the time, so that's what we knew. Oh no, Sucker Punch is bad. Sucker Punch is bad. Sucker Punch is the kind of movie a male feminist makes. I mean, that's one of those movies where I'm just sort of like, yeah, this is a girl power movie written by a guy. He actually would have been better off just doing like a steampunk themed sex fantasy. I mean, look at Poor Things. That movie, that's what that movie is, and it's fantastic. That's something about Juno didn't click with you. Nah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, here's a movie everyone assumes that I really like, but I can't stand: Ghost World. Like, another one was Welcome to the Dollhouse. I actually couldn't stand that movie. It was like, why would I want to spend an hour and a half with why do I want to spend an hour and a half with these awful, abusive people? American Beauty, same thing. American Beauty. Fucking. I wanted everyone to die, and not in the fun way. Because I knew they weren't going to go horror movie with it. Hey.
Did you take your other med?
No, I didn't.
Do you need some kefir?
Yeah. Okay.
You can trade me the dirty bowl.
Oh. Okay. Okay, bye guys.
Take the metformin.
Thank you.
Mighty metformin power.
Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Okay, I need to take that off for a minute. How long have I had that on? Whoa, I've had that on for like an hour. Jesus. I'll give my eyes a rest. Oh no, you can see my armpit hair. Oh no, body hair. I actually don't like showing body hair, but whatever. Yeah, I really don't like American Beauty. I don't like that movie. Didn't like that movie. Didn't like any of the characters in that movie. The movie should be called Everyone You Know is a Pedophile and a Creepy Piece of Shit. I'm just sad the wife didn't get killed. Yeah, I hated that movie. You know, that was one of those Marys that I was like, thanks, the part of America that I hate for sharing. Fight Club's a really, really, really good movie, though. You know, what IKEA couch really says something about me as a person. What stuff that no one will ever see tells everybody who I really am, you know? Oh, that was really insightful. It's actually a really insightful movie. Like, I remember something that one guy said that I agreed with for about a day about the 90s, you know, and it was reflected in Fight Club. You know, oh, there are no wars, there are no great struggles, everything's been done, blah, blah, blah. I agreed with that for about a day. I believed that for about a day, and then I really thought about it. And then it came down, and I thought about it, and I went, no. We're not attracted to movies like this because that's the way the world is. We're attracted to stuff like this, you know, like vampires and Fight Club, because it is a horrible world. It's a horrible world, and it doesn't feel like there's anything we can do about it. That's the real answer. It's not because enough of us didn't fight in a war. Such horse shit. Oh, fun fact about Welcome to the Dollhouse. There's a somewhat sequel to it that opens with the funeral of the main character of Welcome to the Dollhouse who had killed herself. You know, but yeah, the idea that we were the middle children of fucking no. First of all, by the time that movie was made, millennials didn't exist. Millennial wasn't a thing. Can't be a middle child without acknowledging the youngest. Second of all, fuck you. You know, second of all, fuck that. We know what the real problems were now. They're what they always had been. That we had managed to convince ourselves wasn't the case. That America is super racist. And it is super racist so that it can exploit everybody. But the reality is not everyone wants to exploit you. Oh. But society will absolutely push you towards the people that will. Because those people that don't want to exploit you, oh, they're losers. They're not millionaires. They're not rich. You know, so they're losers. Fuck all that. You know when I'm in my happiest moments when I'm not thinking about that shit. I have somehow survived to be who I am and apparently not be an abusive asshole. I'm other types of asshole. But not an abusive one. And I'm very happy about that. On that level, I can approve of myself. You know? Twice I seen conservatives quote in 1940s young people were enlisting and yeah, whatever. Having to kill people is not something to be proud of. You've never used a gun before. You've never killed anyone before. Don't say that like it's a bad thing. Not every great person has to be a killer. That's something that's in a lot of us. Doesn't make you special. Being a domineering asshole is so common. Dime a dozen. Doesn't make you special. There are tons of it. There are a lot of times I wish I could forgive my enemies. And the people that can do that regularly, I admire them. But I hate the people who pretend that they can but don't. I don't like bad people who pretend that they're good people. They know what they're doing. It's hard to do this in the camera. I keep my hands keep wanting to go the wrong way. Okay, yeah, see, there it goes again. There it goes again. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Oh wait, is that it? That's it. Okay, found it. Found it. Okay. I'm gonna have to give my hair a little conditioning. The dreads are getting a little out of control. I've seen the movie God and Country. I probably no. I don't think I have seen. I don't think I've seen the movie, but I do know that history. Oh no, Vietnam was a complete pointless. That was completely pointless. Yeah, so much needless waste of life, and we're lucky the Vietnamese aren't more resentful. We really are. No, that was Vietnam was just America wanted a war. Pure and simple. And the protests really did end that war. It really did. It's also why the Republican Party became so focused on the media after that, because that was their big enemy at the time. And that was what was fucking everything up for them. You know, that's why Reagan kept saying it. You know. Like Reagan didn't just wholesale appear in the 80s, you know. Oh yeah, I gotta condition some of this. It's getting a little too frizzy. Oh, you just finished Castlevania Season 2? Yeah, it's great. That thing is real good. That is a good show. Well written, well acted, well animated, you know. Triple threat. Okay, I've been yammering on for a few hours, and I'm at 5 hours stream. Damn. Five-hour stream. All right, I should probably go, everybody. So I'm glad you all came down here. I want to thank Joe Care for his donation. And let's give yourselves a hail, Satan. And until next time, Ave Satanas Disco Inferno. Remember, Satan and I love you all very much. And I will see you later. Good night. Good morning to most of you.